Hello, alright, welcome everyone. We are going to do a stream today. We're going to do some co-working. I'm going to start by doing my nails because I need to redo those. Oh, closed captioner, I forgot. Thank you, message thing, to remind me. I'll do that right now. So I'll try to log out and log back in to refresh it, otherwise it doesn't work. Because I haven't streamed in like a while. Alright, now it should work. Okay. Alright, we have captions going. Alright, welcome everyone, my name is Natasha. This is a co-working stream. We do lots of that here, as well as art, creative, fashion design, tons of cool stuff, editing, writing, all sorts of neat things. Hey Solid Jade, how's it going? How are you today? We haven't done book club in a while. We usually do that on the first Monday of the month, but the first Monday of this month is the Met Gala, so I will probably be doing... I haven't quite decided if I'm doing a live stream for that yet because my mother is also visiting me the next day, and so the timing is pretty bad because it's like I would be up basically all night. So I haven't quite decided what's going on with that yet, but I'm hoping to do something for the Met Gala. Other than that, we're gonna do some co-working today, some nails today, and hopefully some goal setting today. I have my goal setting planner and I want to do that, but the very first thing I need to do is get my nails fixed because they're all, I took the old ones off yesterday, and I need to put some new ones on because my natural nails are very delicate and useless. So let's start the timer off. Put that 45 minutes on. And yeah, we're gonna do some co-working here. So if you're working on whatever it is you are up to, let me know. Let me know how you've been. I know I have streamed in the last month because I've been I did Extra Life with Dark Tales, and then I've also been in one of the Patreon games on Dark Tales. So if you like Star Trek RPGs, go check out Dark Tales Patreon because I'm in one of the Patreon games. And that's actually going to be on Monday as well, but not interfering with Met Gala because of time zones. But yeah, so that'll be good. Hey, Pianos, Mother's Day in Hungary today. Ah, really cool. What else? Yeah, so I feel like I haven't streamed in a while, but I actually have streamed quite a bit over the last month, just not on my own channel. But here we are today. So we will, yeah, I have my mother visiting for the next week, and it's just been busy and crazy with work and stuff lately, which is good. But yeah, been all over the place. Let me know what you guys are up to. All right, we're going to, yeah, I'm going to start. I don't think I need to put the mic off for this because I've already done the removal of the last set. I just need to do some prep, and then I can dive right into the acrylic part, which is nice. Because doing a fresh set versus a fill, they both take time in different ways, because for the fill you have to file off the old ones, file down the old ones, but for the fresh set you need more product, but it can come out cleaner. So we'll see. But I am going to push back my cuticles and buff out the top surface of the nail. You're playing Stardew Valley again, and your family is here today for lunch. Oh, that's fantastic. What are you guys gonna do for lunch? I was gonna make myself a drink, and then I pulled out a drink I had from yesterday that was still in the fridge, and I haven't decided if I want to drink it or not. It's got like Red Bull in it. I'm like, do I want Red Bull today? But I've got my water here at least. And I haven't decided what I'm doing for food yet at all. Today it is 4 p.m. and I've had some snacky things already, but I haven't really had lunch or anything. I'll probably be starting to get hungry for dinner in a little bit, and then I'll actually do something. I don't know what I have. Oh, I have some vegetables that probably need to be eaten. Yeah. I'm eating sandwiches and stuff lately. Ooh, your mom's cooking risotto. That sounds nice. Oh, I also need to pay some bills today. I didn't put that on my to-do list, and I should have. It's kind of on my to-do list. have to check that a little bit more clearly. But first things first, I have to get my nails done because I can't physically do anything with my nails all messed up like this. It just drives me nuts because they're so fragile. So I can't do anything else on my to-do list until I get that done. The only other thing I did was I started my laundry because I'm like, well, by the time the laundry's finished, I'll want to be hanging it up and I'll want nails to do that because that's one of those things that really damages your nails. So let's, is this on? Good, okay. Let's, what the heck? Wait, is it underneath the cable or something? There we go. Oh my god, no. It really wants to loop around there weirdly. Okay, I think we got it. Since it's in the way, it's gonna cause trouble. My brush is a little malformed. Hey, what have we got? We've got a raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello, everyone. We got our raid party going. How are you today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, Harry is trying is the raid with a party of 10. How are you guys doing? How was the stream, Harry? Hello, Ryan Dev. How's it going? What is everyone up to today? We are doing a co-working stream today, and we're doing a lot of different things. I'm starting with some nails. And then we're going to do just a whole bunch of things today. So if you are working away, come join us. Let me know what it is you're up to, what your goals are for the day. It was good. You got your article submitted on the deadline. Fantastic. What was the article about? Congrats. Why did that not update properly? So weird. Twitch is being weird for me. Alright, okay. But yeah, welcome everyone. My name is Natasha. We usually do co-working streams here as well as lots of creative stuff. So today the creative stuff is nails. Sometimes it's fashion design. We might be doing a Met Gala stream on Monday. Haven't decided yet. Fashion, art, all sorts of cool stuff. So stick around. And everyone go check out Harry is Trying. Ooh, how charities should be more strategic with their workforces. Oh, that sounds like a really interesting topic. Have I been away for a bit or just missing because of time zones? A bit of both. So my streaming timing is bizarre now because I'm on European time. And also, I had a feeling you had changed your name there. It was Vubar before. Perfect. Fantastic. And then also I've been on totally random, inconsistent schedule lately because I've been starting new jobs and like just all over the place. So I do not have a regular schedule right now, but I'm trying to get on as much as I can. Basically, I keep trying to get a, I keep starting new local jobs because I'm trying to find something that's kind of like maybe part-time, maybe closer to full-time, but definitely something that helps me practice my Italian in person. And it's just kind of trying to figure out what schedule that is and working with my actual schedule and everything else, and yeah. I also realized last week, I'm like, oh, I haven't done like an art club stream in a while. And I'm like, oh, I haven't done any art in a while. And I forget that it's not just like a thing I do for fun. It's one of those things that like actively impacts like my mental health when I haven't done art in like a month or two, a couple months. Like a month is fine, but like after like 2 months, my brain just goes like, something's off, something's wrong. And it's like, oh yeah, you haven't been creative in a month, like 2 months. Go do that. So I'm like, I need to do an art club stream soon. That one's starting to get important. You're gonna wind down, you're gonna lurk for a bit and have a late dinner. Excellent, enjoy your dinner. Thank you for the raid. Slow. Hey, Coach Caleb, how are you? How's it going? What have you been up to lately? Also, it's noisy because my washing machine is running, so that'll finish at some point here. Alright, we are going to run an ad to help new viewers coming into the stream here, so that's just going to run now. Trying not to drop my mouse, as I am wont to do. You just realized you need to stay up. The LFC game is in like an hour. Okay, what was I doing? I was at the stage. Okay, I need to like reshape these so they're all the same length here. Actually, what's the shortest one? That one. Okay, so I guess that's the length I'm going for. Yeah, I don't really want them long this time because I know I'm not going to touch them for like another 6 to 8 weeks like last time. So I want them very short and benign so I don't have to deal with them. The other good thing about a fresh fill over a fresh set over a fill is that you get the natural curve of your nail a bit better. When you're constantly doing fills, it actually makes your nails look wider because they don't get to do the natural curve that they do as they grow out. But I'm cutting these pretty short anyway, so it's not really going to matter. That's like ASMR. Yeah, some people hate the noise of nail files, so if anyone is on the stream currently and hates it, let me know and I'll mute it. But yeah, it's kind of that brushy, scratchy sound. Oh, but I'm also so excited. I just got this orchid yesterday. I'm so happy with it. The root system inside it is actually super healthy looking. So I got it because I just bought it because I'm like, okay, I want an orchid. I bet my apartment right now has the perfect lighting for orchids. Because I have a feeling it does. It's just that kind of nice indirect light. Because I was doing pretty well with my orchids back in Toronto. And I'm like, I really want an orchid. So I bought this one because it's beautiful. Like, it has so many flowers, and then it has 2 buds that haven't bloomed yet, so I'm hoping they'll bloom. And yeah, when I got it home, I looked at the roots, and they're all like super healthy and green and nice looking. So I'm like, and it's in the right kind of bark. It's not in the wrong kind of dirt. It's in bark mulch. So I'm like, oh, this could actually be a really good long-term orchid. So we'll see. I'm hoping. Yeah, I always think my nails are going to be faster than they actually are, because I'm like, oh, all I need to do is just start putting the acrylic on. It's like, no, that's not true. You need to shape them. You need to buff them down. Like, there's always so many more steps, which is why I put it off for weeks, and then my nails look terrible. And finally, they eventually get done. Got that ADHD brain that can't predict time well, but subconsciously learns what things take too much time and then doesn't want to do them. It's like, well, you always think that only takes 2 hours, but actually it takes like 4 to 6 hours, and so we're just never gonna do that. And it's like, oh, okay, brain, thanks. You couldn't just like come up with a better system of accurately conceptualizing the time involved? No, just never gonna want to do it? Oh, okay, thanks. So now at least I do consciously know that it's gonna be a couple hours. But then like something like today, my brain goes, oh, but this could be really fast because, you know, you're just doing a short nail with a single color. It could be really, really fast. And I'm like, yeah, it could be, or it could still take a couple hours because you're a perfectionist and you want them done beautifully. So, you know, could go either way. My last set was so bad, it wasn't even pretty. It was just like, I just got the acrylic on so that they wouldn't break. And it worked. They were not nice. Today I do want them to be a little bit nice. lovely Junie. How are you today? Hydrate and to stretch my wrist. Cheers. Meh, as usual. I'm doing pretty good. My mom's coming to visit this week, so I'm excited about that. And yeah, I've been pretty busy. Kind of started a new job, and yeah, I don't know. It's been good, but all over the place for sure. So we'll see how much I get to stream in May. I'm not sure yet, but I'm hoping to do the Met Gala on Monday. I haven't quite figured out if I'm going to be able to fit that in my schedule because my mom arrives the next day. But I also prefer fashion to sleep, so you know, priorities. I was also really hoping to do this stream outside today, but it's a little bit windy, and then I had to start with my nails, and so I can't do that outside because there's too much dust and wind and stuff to do nails outside. Plus the UV gels absolutely can't be done outside because it's just like ruin the bottle. And so I'm like, but I have a feeling by the time I finish my nails it's going to be too dark and too windy to actually do the rest of the stream outside, so that's fine though. I got my pretty flowers. So they make a nice backdrop. But yeah, it's not super warm today either. It's nice and sunny, but it's pretty windy. So it's only like in the low 20s. Okay. Darn it, they're all pretty even except for the one that broke, and it's just a little bit shorter than all the others, so I need to like file the others all down just a little bit to make them a little more, like I don't mind if one of them's a little bit shorter than the rest, but I think I need to adjust them a little bit. And then I can probably build that one up a little bit too, so. But I definitely don't want to use forms or anything to really change the length. Easy set. That's like a whole extra set of things to do. And then what have I been watching lately? I've been watching a bunch of stuff. Okay, you're looking now. Fantastic. Thank you again for the raid. Enjoy your dinner. Right now I'm watching American Gods, and it's beautiful. I have like so many weird conflicting opinions on it. I'm quite enjoying it. I'm in the second season right now. The problem is I've heard the third season gets really off base from the book, and I mean the first and the second seasons have already been doing that, but apparently it just like goes really wild and then doesn't have an ending, so I'm like, do I want to watch the third season or not? But I'm enjoying it so far. I'd started it back when it like originally came out and then never got around to finishing it. But yeah, it's beautiful and all the casting is great. And they made Laura a better character. Like, the main character has a wife, and in the book, she's, like, annoying and aggravating and kind of forgettable. In the TV show, she's actually really interesting and, like, kind of interesting, like, fun to watch. Like, she's neat. She has a real personality instead of the books, where she's just kind of awful. You're watching a PBS program on the brain and memory. The doctor in the program was saying that he uses saffron. It's good for brain health. It helps to reduce depression, anxiety, and improve sleep. Green tea is good for the brain too, so you're starting to drink green tea. I've heard about green tea before. Green tea is generally healthy for you. Saffron I've never heard about. That's interesting. I like saffron. I always forget to use it. I don't have any here with me, but I had some in Canada, and I would always, you know, try to remember to use it. I think it's one of those things people get scared to use because they're like, oh, it's kind of expensive. Like, it's like, okay, but like, it's not crazy. Just don't go overboard on it. You don't need a lot of it. That's interesting that it's being studied for health benefits. I'm trying to decide if these are the right shape now. It's hard because you naturally want to do it to the nail bed, like to match the nail bed, but the nail beds aren't necessarily consistent on all your fingers. So, and I know they're not on mine, so I have to be careful not to make them different from each other. These are still too long compared to that one. I'm just gonna have to build it another bit because I don't want to sharpen this these anymore. Maybe I should, though. Again, I don't want to have to redo these anytime soon. Debate questions. Okay, I think we're just gonna get started though. And I already pushed back the cuticles here, so I don't need to do that again. When I'm doing a fresh set and I take off the old set too, I also like doing it the day before because it gives your nails a chance to kind of like harden up a bit after you take off the old set, and it kind of makes it easier to work with. You can kind of see what's going on a bit better. that. It does give them a chance to break if they're gonna. But the only one that broke on me was the one that broke ages ago. I also did finally download some new music. It's all still from Moobert, but a couple new tracks now. They're the same ones I've been using for a year. Okay, wonderful. Okay, I think I'm gonna go wash my hands again, just to make sure I've gotten rid of any oils. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Be right back. Because I actually have spent a lot of time making sure I know all the tips and tricks to keeping nails from lifting, and my nails usually last a really long time without lifting, so. One of the tricks is to make sure you're not touching your nail beds with your other fingertips, which have oils on them. Or if you've got hand lotion or anything like that, it all can cause issues, so you don't want anything like that left on your hands. Even if you're going to get done by someone else, if they're touching the rest of your hand and they have lotion and then they keep touching your nails, yeah, one of those easy things you can do to make your nails last longer. These are not evenly shaped. What the heck? I think the problem is I want them all a little bit more curved. I've been trying to make them all kind of straight, and I just don't think I want that. I'm also not worried about wasting time at this point because I do want the nails to be free of water before the next step. And I'm going to use a dehydrator on them, but yeah. Natural air drying is also good. Like this nail in particular, I have to be careful because the nail bed is shorter on one side than the other, and so I can't match it to the nail bed or it'll be totally asymmetrical. Oh, and there's a bit of a split in there, that's a problem. Oh, the problem is I put the acrylic on, but it's not making this filing go a little better. Washing machine is so whiny. Yeah, tomorrow's my cleaning day. I've got to clean my whole house for my mom's arrival. Okay, I need to start touching that blanket too, because it's green, very yucky stuff. Alright, so we got primer and a dehydrator. Let's use those. Okay, so dehydrator first. Dehydrator is a good idea whether you're doing acrylics or gels. And these things last forever. These bottles, you can buy a bottle and it will last you forever. And then primer. Since we are doing acrylics, if we were doing gels, we'd use a bonder. But you guys are getting like the, I don't know, the kind of half-assed version of the tutorial part of this. I used to do more tutorial-y stuff years ago, but those videos all still exist if you're interested. Okay, we're gonna wait for that to dry, and it will be very fast because those two things are designed to dry. Okay, we're done with the nail filing for now. We just need to do the actual acrylics. My brush is a little bit wonky today. I'm not super happy about that, but probably, I don't know. I think I go through brushes too fast because my technique is not super good, so they get acrylic trapped in them. But if you're doing it properly, they should never get wonky, or at least it should take a while. I have had this brush for a while now, and it's been pretty good. I guess, yeah, quite a while, because I got it, I don't know, definitely when I was in Toronto, and I've been here for at least a year, so not too bad. That's not too bad. Oh yeah, like things like don't touch your hair. Important. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. Pinky's still a little too long. It's hard to look at them and envision what they're all going to look like when they're all the same color without any of the natural nail variation underneath. That's actually not too bad. I'll try to extend it a little. Okay, they all match each. Oh, that one's weird. Curve was uneven. That's better. Okay. See, this is why it takes forever. So I'm like, I'm ready for the next step. And then I'm like, no, go back and redo more of this. Okay. With all these hyper-specific curves. But if you don't get them right, it just doesn't look as good, and it's not like there's anything specific, it just doesn't look as good. This looks better if you do it right. Alright, try that. Trying to use gravity to help even it out. Can work sometimes. This is such a weird shape. I don't know why it's so much trouble today. I don't know. I'm having a weird time with this today. It's kind of not acting how I expect. I've used this brand for quite a while, so I don't know. Just having a bit of time with it. That one worked out much nicer, but it's going to need touch-ups on the sides. I don't have enough product on it in total, so yeah. Oh, this one has tons of bubbles in it for some reason. Why? What am I doing weirdly today? Oh, this one might actually be a do-over. It's just doing some odd things, but I'm gonna try to keep working with it. Yeah, this is gonna be one of those days where like I get to the end and I'm like, oh, actually they all turned out pretty good. But right now it's just feeling kind of weird. Oh, and my timer went off and I didn't even notice. All right, let's reset that. All right, 15-minute break. If you're working away, it is time to take a break. I might go up and grab my drink that I pulled out of the fridge and then just never brought over here because, I don't know, because me. Because I'm not sure if I want to drink it or not, but I think I do. Well, it's pretty at least. Actually, maybe I want it over here on this side. All right. Oh, this one's much less wet. How is this happening? I feel like this one's gonna be another bead, but I kind of feel like I've right about all of them right now, so I don't know. God, and that was my good hand. Oh, I gotta do the left hand now. Or, well, I gotta work with my left hand now. You're really not supposed to do that thing, just stroking the brush brat, because that's how you ruin your brushes, and then I do it anyways. And then I wonder why my brushes don't last very long. Like that. I don't know. Kind of a mess. Yeah, like that's gonna need a little bit more on the end of it. I don't know. I probably do this every time. I'm like, oh, it's working. Oh, that's nasty. That's just a mess. What? Get out of my cubicle. Oh, no. Not this one. Before I thought that other one might have been a do-over, but hey, it's also kind of a mess. And this one also needs more beads right away, which is weird because that's not, I haven't beaded that yet. But yeah, this is especially because this is the one I want to extend, and so I kind of want it to have a little bit more. This is a mess, and I can feel myself ruining my brush. I can see the product getting stuck in it. Oh no. Okay, it didn't work at all. The tip extension just like went underneath the nail and just caused a mess, so let's try that again. I think that's actually fine. Yeah. I can never tell when this laundry is going to be done. It always takes about 2 hours, and I always think it's done like in an hour and a half. As it starts making noises that make me think it's done, and then it never is. I have no idea how long it's been. I guess it's been at least an hour since I started it before the stream. This one might actually be too much. One thing I need to do on this nail is to make sure that this corner was covered, and it is absolutely not, so. I really don't know what this said. My brush just really has reached that point where it's non-functional anymore, and it starts to make things harder than it has to be. Sometimes you think you're really bad, and then you switch brushes, and you're like, oh no, actually, the brush was the problem. But I don't like blaming your tools is always a bad sign as an artist, so. Especially when it's the maintenance and upkeep of said tools that creates the problem in the first place. This one's actually not too bad. This is the very last one I did, and I'm like, this one's fine. Except it's still not, like, good at the tip. But it's honestly, that worked a lot better than most of them. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna honestly just go back and retouch up all of them because I don't think any of them are perfect. Which sucks. Alright. And let's reset the timer. Alright, I'm gonna put the microphone on mute for this period. And I'm gonna run an ad. So let's give it a go. Alright, we got 10 seconds left. I'm gonna keep filing for 10 seconds. There it is. Alright, let's switch the timer over. It's break time now. How's everyone doing out there? How are we all doing? I'm feeling more pleased with these now. I'm filing them down. I can see a couple spots where I might want to touch up a little acrylic, but I'm hoping I don't have to do that because it's always like the most annoying part is to pull out the brush again after I've cleaned it, but yeah. Oh, I will have to take a look once I've finished filing. I'm finally trying to finish up Better Call Saul. Hey, my laundry's done. I can hear it's finished. I feel like my nails are done enough to do my laundry. Okay, I'm gonna do my laundry because it's break time. Okay, and then we're gonna finish. Do more work on these. So I'll be right back. All right, laundry's put away. I should get rid of this. It smells strongly. Alright, I'm still working on my phone here. Let's finish that one up. Oh, I was saying I'm finally finishing Better Call Saul, but I had no idea how far I was along in the last season, so I'm like just kind of rewatching all of season 6, which is good too because I also haven't watched it in a bit, so I'm like, it's good to catch up on all of it before I finish it off, and I'm very excited to finally finish Better Call Saul. So I keep recommending it to everyone. I'm like, I haven't seen the ending yet. It's like, oh, gotta do that. But it's one of those things where it's too, I like it too much. I don't want to finish it because I don't want them, if it doesn't end, if I don't think it ends well, I'm going to be more sad than if I just didn't finish it. But everyone seems to think it does end well, so I'm feeling like I should give them the benefit of the doubt. And also, they've proven themselves very good at writing this show. Feeling pretty good. Let's go over all of these again. Make sure. You're going to use the file in different directions in order to make sure you're getting it really smooth. See, like there, I've just caught a bunch of stuff that I hadn't caught before, going in this diagonal direction, and I can feel it catching on dips, which means they weren't filed smooth. This one is just a mess. I might need to redo this one. I feel like the acrylic is not where I need it. There's not enough acrylic. Yeah, I feel like I've actually worn it down too much. Oh shit. I'm having trouble telling on that one. I'm gonna have to wash that one and see what it looks like. Weird. Ow. Okay. Yeah. Be careful not to go over the edge. Well, alright, time to go back to work session. My middle finger there, I gotta remember. Alright, I'm gonna put the timer on work mode again. And we're gonna run another ad as we get down and do a work session. Let's go. Woohoo. Okay, so I'm done the acrylic part of my nails, and I always do this. I know I always do this, so I kind of plan for it that I don't want to do the second part, which is the coloring part today. So I might do that tomorrow, just because if I put it off into 2 separate days, my brain handles it a lot better, because it's just a lot to do on one day. And I want to do it like properly, like I want it to look nice. And it's not even going to take a long time because it's just one color, but I also have to file them down a bit more, and if I let them sit for a day for filing, I'll actually end up with a much better filing job, because I can just kind of file them throughout the day every time I feel a notch on them. So I think we're done with the nails. I'm going to switch over. I still have let me check how many hours of sunlight I have left. I feel like it's 2 or 3, and I might actually switch to the patio, but it is also pretty windy out there. I have, yeah, like 3 hours of sunlight left. It is, oh no, it's almost 7, 8. No, I have more like an hour and a half of sunlight left. It's not really enough time to be worth setting up outside. So actually what I could probably do though is just flip the camera around and like eat dinner outside. That might make sense. Maybe I'll do that because I'm hungry too, which is good, and I should eat now because I won't be hungry later. So what should I eat? Let me go check my kitchen and see what kind of food I have, and then I'll be back. And then I'll probably do a little bit of cooking. Probably not much. I don't think I'm making anything cooking wise. I'll probably just put some vegetables in like the air fryer or something. But yeah, let me go check my food and I'll be right back. Put all this away. Hello, who do we have here? Big Ducky Snow, how are you today? How's it going? Happy Sunday to you as well. Alright, I'm trying to decide what I want to do because I looked at my food and I don't want any of it. which sucks because I do have some nice, good stuff to potentially eat, but I'm not interested in like any of it. So I might just have to, maybe I'll wait a bit and then I'll like do an egg or something. I have some hummus left. Maybe I'll do like an egg and some, this is like, I can't think of anything I want right now. That's so stupid. I was hungry like literally 30 minutes ago and that's it, it's gone. Okay, so I might go eat like a snack though, like I kind of want to sit outside. Okay, so I might turn the camera around. I'm gonna go sit outside, probably take a break. I'll leave the timer running for you guys and then I'll switch it over into actual break mode when it flips. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna go sit outside and enjoy the sunlight because it's not actually super warm out there, so I'm definitely not like moving my setup out there because it's already getting cold and it's the sun is gonna be setting in like within 2 hours, so. But I would like to sit out there a little bit in the sun because I did put on sunscreen this morning and I feel like that's a waste if I don't actually get out there at all. So I'm gonna do that. Maybe I'll do some reading or something, I don't know. Distracted by my own nails here. Which is good. This is the point I want to be doing that. Okay. I hope you're all doing well and good and awesome and however you want to be doing. I am doing well and awesome. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, you have it muted? I'll type in that thing then for you. Okay, I think I will. And I do have captions available. If you're ever watching the stream on mute, there is a captions button add-on that I have, so you can put on captions for this stream at any time. And it actually works pretty well. It's not perfect, but it does help. I was trying to see if my captions are actually working right now because they were working at the beginning of the stream, but I don't actually see them right now. So, hey Tanshi, how's it going? So I'm kind of like, so where are the captions actually though, for real? Be cool if those worked. Oh, there we go. Okay, they are showing up. Good. They were just being weird for a minute. All right. I am going to take my break outside in the sunshine. And I'm gonna have a little like snacky snack. Yeah, I'll just turn the camera around to face the patio. I'll probably sit on my phone for 15 minutes. All right, so what else do I need to turn around to make that functional? I need to turn around the monitor so I can make sure that I'm on camera, and that's about it. Maybe the microphone. Okay, let's start by just turning the camera. Okay, let's start by moving this a little closer. Oh, look at some peanuts with crows. We might get some crows in the background. Okay, let's see if we can do this. All right. Camera like that. I guess more forward would be beneficial, wouldn't it? Yeah, I feel like that's actually pretty decently organized. Okay. The microphone's not gonna have a good time picking me up because it's gonna be really far away. But yeah, that's also not uncommon on this stream. I guess it's pretty uncommon, but it's not unheard of on this stream. Definitely. Oh, this table is so sloppy. So wiggly. Wiggly woggly. Okay, good. And then I'm just gonna sit on my phone for a little bit. Oh, I guess we're almost at break. We got like a minute left. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna be on break. I usually have break muted, but I guess that's kind of not gonna be muted, but I'm not gonna be able to like super see what's going on. Rosemary outside in the sun. It hasn't been in the sun yet today. The hose may be a little bit off camera. All right. Chair. Have I been this weekend? I'm good this weekend. This weekend is good. So I'm not really on camera. Is good because my mom's coming next week, and so I've been kind of getting things ready for that, getting some stuff done for work, and yeah, it's been pretty good. I did some laundry earlier today, and got a whole bunch of cleaning to do tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a good weekend, and I had a good time yesterday. Work was good, and I had a good date, so it's been a good weekend. I'm gonna take it off working mode and put it on break. And let's flip the timer into 15. Yeah, I'm excited to see her. I got to see her over Christmas, but you know, it'll be nice. It's always nice to see family, and it's been a couple months now. All right, we're putting it on 15-minute break mode. I just got my little like creme caramel thing to eat. Because I guess I'm not ready for dinner yet. So that's what I'm gonna do. I will have my little monitor so I can see chat, but yeah, I don't know how well this is gonna work, but we're gonna do it anyway. It's just break. Whatever. We'll be fine. The stream been going for? It's been going for, doesn't say on this platform. Okay, cool. I think it's been about 2 hours. Just to make sure I'm tracking everything. Can I not get captions to work on? On mobile? I thought I could. Maybe I can't. Oh, you had lunch with your friend at the mall. You found a nice watch as an early birthday present. And you got to enjoy not being worried about work or studies. I love that. And the weather's been good? Oh, you've been walking lots. Alright, have a good lurk. Thanks for stopping by. Messages yesterday. I kind of jumped straight into work today. Should probably actually go through and see if anyone's messaging me because it is technically the weekend and I should probably be responding to them. Sun is nice, but yeah, it's not warm. It's a little windy. It's only, what was it? It was like, yeah, it's only 20 degrees, and that's really not warm enough for me to sit without anything on my arms. I'm such a cold person. You're very welcome, Big Ducky Snow. I've been reading a little bit lately. Not enough to like big book club, and also the club not this month because lots of reasons. Number one, I'm in a RPG over on the Dork Tales Patreon. Number two, I Met Gala. My brain's going already. Yeah, Met Gala is tomorrow, so if I'm doing anything live streaming, it'll be the Met Gala. Maybe I should spend some time planning that out and seeing if I can actually fit that in my schedule or not based on what the hours everything is. Anything's possible, right? I'm glad I actually didn't set up out here. I would have been too cold all day. Nice for a minute just to get the sunshine. I have no idea if I'm talking loud enough that you guys can hear me, so if you can or can't hear me, and you can understand that well enough, let me know. I can almost put a little bit more acrylic on that one. It breaks thin on the edge, and that's exactly where it breaks if it's thin. You don't want to break out the acrylic again though, I should put it all away. Just leave it. Hi, Circonus. Life is treating me pretty well today. I'm enjoying the day. I'm getting stuff done and being productive. How about you? What are you up to? How's life going? And if I should speak up, please let me know. You woke up, cleaned your kitchen, cleaned yourself, and now you're pondering what to have to eat. That's what I just spent the last 10 minutes doing, was pondering what to eat. And I decided I didn't want anything. And I had a creme caramel dessert instead. So that was how I resolved that situation. Not necessarily recommended, but you know, sometimes you gotta. All right, internet question. What does it mean when a guy you've been on a few dates with sends you pictures, and he usually sends pictures of like art and cool stuff that he sees, but the cool stuff that he saw and sent me a picture of today is like a retro car at a wedding. Like obviously he just like walked by this and saw it and it's a cool car, but like it's very obviously a wedding that is going on. Like there's a bride in the shot. Like what does that mean if a guy sends you that photo? You're allowed to say nothing. It means he thought the car was cool, but come on. That's a good sign, right? Yeah, maybe reading too much into the wedding part and missing the car love appreciation part. Right, that's kind of, yeah. I feel like though, if I sent a picture of a cool car that had a wedding in the background, he would read too much into it. Like I feel like guys would read into that. They'd be like, oh God, you know what I mean? So I feel like that's a little bit of a double standard. But also I feel like, is it? I feel like most guys would be like, hesitate before sending that picture. You only live once. Take any pleasure you can find, right? Also, my other friend, I found this, notice the car is nice. You said they appreciate art too, so, right? My other friend, I want to go, I found this ballet, Great Gatsby ballet that's in town on the 31st of October. So it's not for a long time, but it's only in town for one night. So like, I want to get tickets to make sure we can go. But she hasn't gotten back to me yet, and I sent that like a couple of days ago. And then she called me the other day, but I couldn't pick up. And it's like, message me back and let me know if you want to go. And then she gets mad at me. She shouldn't get mad at me, you know. But then she'll be like, oh, you didn't respond to my message the other day. And I'm like, now you did the same thing. Because I never respond to anything, so I'm terrible. Am I thinking about wedding things? I am thinking about wedding things in general in my life, because that is, I want to start a family, so wedding is on the docket. And I'm looking for a serious relationship. And at the same time, you know, trying not to fall into that, what, stereotype of like the, what every guy's afraid of, you know what I mean? But it's also like, I'm not interested in dating someone who's only looking, you know, to mess about casually. It's like, I want to get that out of the way up front. Like, you know, you have to be at least willing to have entertain a serious relationship at this point in my life. Otherwise it's like, we are wasting each other's time. What is every guy afraid of? I mean, that's a stereotype, right? Right, afraid of commitment, etc. But, right? Being the kind of very blunt, very straightforward person, the last 12 months have given me a lot of data on statistically how many guys from the first date, because I'll bring it up on the first date, like, you know, like, oh, you know, my plans are to stay in Rome and settle down. And like statistically how many guys have no plans or will say they have no plans or have weird plans, like plans that do not involve a long-term relationship at all. And it's like, oh, your plan is in 20 years to like live with your buddy. Like, we're looking for different things. Like, if that's really your goal in the next couple decades, is you want to own your own house, but you want to kind of like not live with a partner, just live with your friends. Like, okay, we're not looking for the same thing. So it definitely does still, the stereotype is alive. Yeah, I mean, stereotypes are one of those things some people get so weird about, but like stereotypes exist for a reason. Like, they're based on the reality, right? Yeah, you don't think men are afraid of commitment. You think men are afraid of finding a woman you can commit to. Also that, right? Like, it goes both ways. Both genders get very damaged in modern society, right? Like, just dating is, you know, people hurt each other, sometimes intentionally, but mostly accidentally. People are just people and they screw each other up. And so you have a lot of people who are really hurt from something and are scared to do it again. Yeah, all your male buddies, yourself included, have been married, some more than once, and all divorced. And the women are the ones who filed for divorce, right? But from their perspective, are they thinking, I filed for divorce because nothing was working and nothing would change? So it goes both ways. People hurt each other. Yeah. In none of those relationships were the men not good enough or abusive either. So, okay, right from the get-go, saying in none of those relationships were the men abusive is like lowest common denominator. Like, our bar here is they weren't abusive. And then you also said weren't good enough. So, I mean, weren't good enough for what? Like, obviously they weren't good enough for this person because they didn't want to stay anymore, right? So, but again, like, there's also the point where it's like, well, that was really unclear, and like, he didn't know what she wanted and she didn't communicate, and right, it goes both ways. So I definitely see that. And I also know quite a few people who are divorced, right? Or married or divorced. And it's like, yeah, it's sometimes you can see where one side is not treating the other well, but usually it's both sides. Usually there's just a breakdown in what people want, what their goals are. I actually know a lot of people who've had very amicable divorces, especially in my family too. Just very much like, hey, we're going in different directions now. We're gonna not be married anymore. So I've seen that from the amicable side quite a bit because my family is very low drama. But then I've seen the drama side of it too, of course. Yeah, you'd say women expect and want more out of relationships than they often communicate. I agree. I absolutely agree with that. A lot of, I think, and I'm one of those weird people who can like give advice on, who has an opinion that's a little more informed, because I've also dated women. So like, I kind of have a little bit of advice from the other side of it. And yeah, I agree. A lot of women expect people to be mind readers, and it's super dysfunctional. Yeah, you agree. Everyone gets damaged, ends up with trust issues, because we don't always patiently find partners. Yes, we get damaged because we are terrible at communicating in relationships because our culture doesn't set a standard for that. I mean, it's getting better, honestly, but like, seriously, you look at like the boomers' standard for communication in a relationship, and it's like, no wonder these people hate each other. They don't know how to talk at all about what they want to each other. And yeah, you have that culture, again, no patience. The most important thing is to be in a relationship, right? And so everyone dives in. Yeah, determined to make it work, even if it's maybe they should just find someone else. Okay, so you're saying, you pointed that out to say, if a man's abusive, a woman has every right to get out of that relationship. I would say a woman has every right to get out of a relationship for any reason. For any reason. Both sides have the right to get out of a relationship for any reason. Like, if you're not happy, you're not happy. Should both parties be willing to put in effort and time and try to make things work? Yes, that's kind of what you agreed to in getting married, is that you would try to make this work long term, because otherwise why did you even get married if you weren't going to ever bother to fight for the relationship? So, yeah. I don't know if that even made sense. You don't know many people who've had happy divorces. Yeah, again, my family's kind of weird and like weirdly low drama. So, I mean, happy is maybe not the right word, but like amicable, like civil, and like both parties are moving on for the better. Just a lot of hurt people. Yeah, communication is key to longevity in relationships, and you'd wager why that is why yours have failed. See, I feel like that's one of the reasons my relationships have been successful. And again, I think I've said this before on this channel. Every person I've ever dated, except for one, I am still friends with. Like, I still have a good relationship with, and it ended nicely. It ended amicably. It ended because we were going in different directions. Except for one. We're gonna talk about that one. But yeah, like in general, communication is so important. If you can explain what you want and what you need and why you need it, and you can listen to the other person, you can make it work, right? And then you can also figure out, hey, what we want is not compatible. We don't have to fight about it. We can just see other people and have an amicable breakup. You pointed out you will jump into a relationship without being too discerning about the flaws, red flags. Yeah, I think that's the other thing too, is that a lot of people like talk about their ex-relationships or potential relationships as people with all these like flaws and red flags. And it's like, okay, like sure, you can look at it that way, but also you could just look at it as like parts of their personality, right? Like it doesn't have to be a flaw. It's just how they operate in the world, right? And I mean, some things are red flags, but a lot of things are only red flags for you, right? Like it's like, it doesn't have to be a red flag. It's just something that's not compatible for you, right? And I think you're right that you need to be discerning, but I would be very careful not to jump into kind of that judgment zone where you're kind of picking out the flaws in someone as a reason not to date them. You should be picking out the incompatibilities as a reason not to date them. Yeah, a lot of people want a quick cure for loneliness. I think this is talked a lot about for women and not a lot for men, is that, oh, like, you know, she's willing to date anyone because she just needs to be in a relationship. But it's like, a lot of guys do the exact same thing, right? Like where they're willing to put up with things they shouldn't put up with in order to stay in that relationship. And that's exactly when things get problematic. It's like, if you're more invested in being in a relationship than you are in like resolving problems, it's like if that harmony, that social harmony is more important to you, that's a problem. Like you need to be able to actually solve it. You asked any reason, but I don't know what that is in regard to. So if you remember, let me know. Your wife cheated on you. Should that give her the right to leave, or would that be your right? You both have the right to leave. That's an asshole thing to do. I hate liars. I hate anyone who lies. And cheating is just a great way to... A lot of times people who cheat are using it because they know there's something not right in their relationship, but they don't want to confront it. They are conflict avoidant, and so they think, oh, if I cheat, I can fix this for myself and not have to deal with it. Or if I cheat and it eventually comes up, that will deal with it for me. That will end the relationship for me. The relationship's over because I cheated. Doesn't matter. I don't have to bring it up. I don't have to start that conflict. It starts itself. And I think our culture needs to get way better at teaching people how to communicate even when something is going to be a conflict. Like, yes, if there's a problem in the relationship and you're considering cheating, you need to take a step back and figure out how to communicate about that before you blow everything up. Because so many people use cheating as an excuse to just blow the relationship up. It's over, we're done. Right? And then sometimes they decide halfway through, oh wait, actually I want to continue and I'm going to end this and now I'm going to hide it and lie about it or whatever. Yeah, it drives me bonkers because it's so stupid. Yeah, oh my god, yeah. If your wife cheated on you, you absolutely have the right to leave. I mean, she has the right to leave too, and she should have exercised that before she lied to you. You didn't leave your wife when she cheated. You took your marriage serious and tried to fix it, and then she left anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. That is really rough. That's really rough. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, like I said, a lot of people use cheating as an excuse to have a conversation they don't want to have. So instead of having the conversation, hey, I want a divorce, they cheat, and then the conversation is, I hate you, we're getting a divorce, right? Like it's the coward's way out of dealing with actual problems. You got married at 30 and you think you chose the absolute worst person to try and make a happy life with. Yeah, I mean, she clearly did not know how to resolve conflict and decided to lie to you about it, so that's awful. That is a pretty big flaw. Yes, I agree. That is not a personality thing. Yep, someone who cheated on you is that is a flaw because they are someone who resolves conflict by lying. That is an actual flaw, and I would agree with you. That is a horrible human thing. Yep. Yeah, when you say red flags and flaws, you think you're being honest. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I mean, I wouldn't say you're not being honest. My whole point on that was basically, don't let past hurts make you prejudge people based on how you've been hurt in the past, right? Like, don't assume every woman out there is a liar and a cheater, right? I'm sure you know that. Your longest relationship lasted 9 years, and she was horrible at communicating her problems, issues, etc. And the fact you got to 9 years was a testament to love and commitment, but in the end it was lack of communication, childhood traumas, and a refusal to meet in the middle on her part to try and work on things that ended us. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, in that case, like, the red flag would be like, if as soon as you start telling that she's avoiding difficult conversations in any area of her life, within the next relationship, you want to be like, hey, we need to talk about this before it blows up later. And, like, you know, start making it your responsibility to bring that to the surface. And then if the woman still won't do it, then you know, hey, this is a bad sign. She's going to get into a situation she's not happy with, and she's going to blow up about it. And then you can decide whether that's something you want to put up with or not. You were always willing to talk, and she was not. You would call that a red flag. Perfect, that's what I just said. Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree with you. You know in your heart you want to be with someone who is willing to communicate as you are. But like you said, sometimes we just choose to make a relationship with people you know have some of these things we wish were different, but we try anyway. Yeah. You know, a good communicator is going to be a better person. They'll be more compatible. Yeah, I'd say, you know, I think communication is something people don't think is as important in relationship, and I think it is the most important thing in a relationship. If you can't communicate with each other, if you can't resolve issues where you have different opinions and values, you have no business being in a relationship together. Like, you have to be able to communicate about problems, not just good things. Yeah, being with a super introvert while very peaceful was not good in the long run. Yeah, you know how it goes, you hope they will change. Yeah, I mean, you've heard this before. Never assume someone else is gonna change, because they're usually not gonna. Even if they say they're gonna, don't listen to their words, listen to their actions. Have they physically changed? Are they doing things to change of their own volition, not because someone else told them to? Maybe. But generally, people don't change. People are who they are, and if you don't like who they are, don't assume they're gonna become someone different. And sometimes people do change, right? Like, for the better or the worse. And in that case, there's nothing anyone can do. That's just the world. People do change. But yeah, don't assume anyone's going to change. Especially don't assume they're going to change for the better. But also be willing to, like, give people a chance and work on things. I've had a lot of relationships where, and I'm sure it goes both ways, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff I've improved on in a relationship, but the other party was like, oh my God, she needs to not do this ever again, or we can't be together, and then I probably got better, right? Like, I can think of a couple things, but it goes both ways. There's definitely things where I've been in a relationship and I've been like, oh, we need to never have that happen again. Like, this needs to be different. And then we talk and it gets better. And both parties agree to make changes. And that is the good kind of communication and change. You're just hoping, and they've never agreed to it. Yeah, you're kind of fooling yourself. You delude yourself. Yeah. Sometimes we invest in a person, you think we know in their gut it may not be a solid connection, but because we've already invested, we won't leave or give it up. Yeah, humans are great for sunk cost fallacy. We love holding on to something because we've spent, well, we've already been with them for a year. Oh, well, we've already been with them for 5 years. Oh, well, blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, 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 no. If it's not working anymore, you need to fix it, or you need to let it go. Like, why are you in something that isn't serving you anymore? Yeah, wouldn't it be best for both? You stick around and keep throwing all your love and energy into it. Yeah, careful of judgment. Don't carry your past into the future in any shape other than the wisdom it granted me. That's really healthy. You're not one looking to punish a future person for the mistakes of others. Very good, very healthy. I think a lot of people just desire to find the good in others. And often when we aren't perfectly matched, you still roll up our sleeves and keep trying to make it work. Yes, I think that's the really, how do I want to phrase this? That's the really positive way of looking at that outlook. Like, yeah, you keep trying to make it work because you want to see the good in others. You want to find the good parts. I think that's the really healthy way of thinking about it. I think the other way of thinking about it might be to remember that just because it's not what you're looking for doesn't mean it's bad. So just because, if you're saying you want to see the good, does that mean anything that's not what you're looking for isn't good? Right? Like, maybe it's just not for you. You can still see the good in someone and also recognize that they're not right for you. Something to consider. You feel like that draws you into relationships that don't always have the best chance of working long term, or being with people you aren't going to grow well with. Oh, that's another thing. A lot of people have no idea how to predict how they're going to change over time and grow with someone else. And I feel like that's something that's very, very hard to like predict in general, and or teach people how to predict. So that one's just rough. So selection process matters. And it's something most of us don't spend enough time refining. Absolutely agree. No, I love that you're talkative. I love these kind of conversations and discussions. If you have to get back to work, let me know. I think this stuff is super interesting to talk about. You liked using the words myself included. I mean, I think that's really good too, right? Because then like you're not just saying something as like a baseless fact. It's like, no, this is from my personal experience, right? You think self-reflection and working on being a better you is more important than finding someone else to fill in the holes and voids in your life. Absolutely agree. I think a lot of people use a relationship to fill a hole in themselves, and that's why it doesn't end up working, because that doesn't work. You have to come to the table a fully functional and stable human being. You have a lot more to offer another person. Agreed, right? I don't think you need to be like fully functional and like perfect, but I think you need to be able to not be trying to solve a problem with someone else. You need to be able to be working on your problems yourself and not be looking for someone else to fix them for you. Yeah, be mindful of what the person you're falling for is getting in you as well, right? Exactly. So that's one of the things I'm very clear about. Like, that's one of the reasons I said before, like, I'm a super blunt kind of person. Like, I'm going to be really obvious about like who I am, how I live my life, what I'm looking for, like what my goals are for the future, what my plans are, how I, make my decisions and all this stuff. Like, you're gonna know what it is you're getting into, because I'm very upfront about all of that stuff. And I think that's not even one of those things that's like a decision for me. That's just who I am. So, but I think it helps in situations like this where it's like, no, I couldn't like lie and hide this stuff if I wanted to. So like, what you see is what you get. Maturity, communication, empathy, and a desire to leave judgment at the door are a good starting place. Yeah, I don't think anyone needs to be perfect. Good news, we aren't and won't be. But striving for growth and to shore up on our weaknesses is a worthy life goal. Absolutely, exactly. To be willing to work on yourself, like forever. Like that's an ongoing process. Yeah, you're very cognizant of what type of person you are and what you bring to the table. Because you don't want someone choosing you that isn't aligned with your core values, your goals for life, and willingness to endure the tough spots, because there will be tough spots. Exactly. Right? You're a chatty extrovert. All you need to figure out is a willingness to ask questions and listen, right? Yeah, the other thing that I just realized this week that I need to be more conscious in applying to promising relationships, because it's come up twice in the last month kind of randomly. One time it came up on my end and the other time it came up on their end. And I'm going to tell you the stories now because it was really interesting. So the first, okay, so basically it's the Gretchen Rubin 4 tendencies, which I've talked about before. There's the obliger, the rebel, I don't even remember the other two because I don't care, questioner, and upholder, because the other two don't apply to me very much. But I'm pretty sure one of the people I didn't get along with earlier this month was an upholder, and that's why. But basically the first situation that happened was at work. My new boss is fantastic and she's great, but I'm quite certain she's an obliger because we've had at least 2 situations where, and thankfully I was paying attention because I like her so much and I want her to be happy. And so like my rebel tendency, which doesn't usually want to make social harmony, it wants the opposite, but obligers love social harmony, which is why we get along with obligers. I caught that she was unhappy about something and I was able to fix it before she could like internalize it as a problem that builds up, because that's what they do. They build up those problems, they solve the thing and make it social harmony, but they build up a little grain of sand. And then eventually explode. And I'm like, oh, I can see what you're doing and I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to fix it for you before that happens. And that's a healthy, balanced relationship, right? Because there will always be things I don't notice that do build up. But if I'm proactively preventing the ones I can see instead of just being like, she's fine. She said she's fine. She's over it. It's like, no. Okay, I need to fix that. I need to actually make sure she's happy, first of all. And then choose my battles, because there's going to be some stuff I'm not okay with letting go for social harmony. And then the second situation was a guy I was dating, like, literally described the obliger personality type, like, without, like, he obviously had never read the book or the theory or anything like that, but it was, like, so clear. It was like, yeah, I frequently get into situations where, like, I, let something go because I want to make the group happy or the person happy, and then eventually I get really mad if they never give back. And I'm like, perfect, because that's everyone in my family and most of the people I date. I didn't say this out loud. And I'm like, so I know exactly how to deal with that and to keep things happy, because yeah, you're correct. If you do that too much, eventually you get mad and explode. I can fix that. Like, I can not fix that. I can work with that because I know how to deal with those people, because I love dealing with those people. So it was just so interesting. I'm like, I need to be more consciously proactive in applying this theory to my relationships, because I think it's because I'm so insanely strong towards this one tendency. I need to be very careful about how I do interact with other people about it. And if I do it proactively, it like makes all my relationships so much better. Whereas if I just like ignore it, it's like sometimes it's great and sometimes it's terrible. And it's like, this could be much more useful to me if I'm more conscious of it. You're a highly inquisitive person and you enjoy people talking about themselves. You also enjoy being able to listen to a person in a way that makes them feel heard and important, right? I love doing that too, and I'm not naturally good at it, but I really try to get better. A lot of the friends you have absolutely have some never got hurt or taken serious issues growing up. Yeah. Your mom always told you to choose your battles. You think it's advice more people should think about instead of just glossing over it. Yeah, I'm one of those people who very much had to learn the hard way to choose my battles, because I chose every battle. What's that mean? Like, choose your battles. No, that's too many battles. Put some battles back. So yeah, but I did learn that, high school, college, I learned that not everything has to be fought over sometimes. It just doesn't matter, even if other people are wrong. Sometimes it's okay and I can let it go. And I'm a much nicer person to be around now. It's an ongoing process. You're not a fan of arguments and discord. You enjoy accepting that we are all different and see the world differently. And the key is learning to respect people's thoughts and opinions, even if they do not align with your own. See, I'm a huge fan of arguments and discussions, but I also agree that it is important to accept that we're all different and respect other people's thoughts and opinions, especially when they don't align with your own. So I'm like the opposite, but like coming from the same base place, I just naturally derive, like my brain just likes arguments. It's something that gives me pleasure, not stress. And that's one of the other things I had to learn. I think we've talked about this before on the show, was that I had to learn that, oh, other people actually don't enjoy this. They're having a bad time right now, and I should stop this argument because I'm having fun, but they're not. Oh, okay. I will stop this argument now. I didn't realize not everyone was having such a good time. But I've learned that. I call it being civil and mature. It's okay if we are wildly different, so long as it doesn't lead to us fighting, arguing, and trying to change the other person to align more with our own beliefs. Slightly disagree. I think being civil and mature is responsible, and it shouldn't lead to fighting. But I think arguing is important in a civil way. Like, I mean, I say arguing, I mean discussion. Like, I mean talking about things and both sides being able to bring up their points and respond to points and like discuss things in a civil, respectful way. Right? I do think it's not like trying to change the other person to align more with your beliefs, but I think if you believe something, like if you stand for something, yes, why wouldn't you want to change others to agree with it? Like, why wouldn't you want to present your information and your thoughts and your how you see the world in a way where, yeah, it might help someone else agree with you, right? Like, it might change someone else's ideas. I think that's not only natural and basically unavoidable, but also important. I think if you do think something about the world, it is kind of your responsibility to give that information to others so that they can make, like, whatever information you use to come to that conclusion, you should give that information to others so that they can also potentially come to the same conclusion you did. Otherwise, you're holding back something from them, right? So I think maybe phrasing it as trying to change another person is a problem, but I think being willing to have those discussions where someone might change is important. You believe in living by example more than trying to beat an opinion into someone. Yeah, you can't beat your opinion into anyone. Living by example is exactly the most effective way. But also, conversations are effective too. You just can't expect anyone to change in the conversation. No one ever changes their mind in a conversation. They change their mind the next day, or the next week, or the next month. But it's because of that conversation and other conversations they had. Yeah, hey, I like this. Is better than trying to educate you on why your ways. Yeah, if you go at it with the attitude of I'm educating you, you're done. Like, that's never ever gonna work. Okay, see, there's all these things I have in my head that I haven't like codified about how to talk to people about different ideas. But yeah, one of those things is that you can't come at it patronizingly. You can't come at it with an attitude of I'm trying to change you, I'm trying to educate you, I'm trying to fix you. You have to come at it with full actual respect for their values and where they are, and then be like, hey, because I understand that you think X, Y, and Z and you've had these experiences and this information, I want to present you with some other information, which is what helped me come to this separate conclusion. If you think this information is valuable and fits in, you might also, find it useful for how you think in the future, right? But you can't come at it trying to educate them. Yeah, you'll never get anywhere. Yeah, you're pretty nimble at evading and moving conversations away from unpleasantness. That's a skill. That's a skill I had to consciously learn because I don't want to. Like I said, I like the argument, I like the interest, I like the friction. So, but yes, I had to learn how to consciously move myself away from unpleasantness. Mostly it's just letting it go, because most other people are 100% happy to let things go. Some people aren't, though. I've definitely had conversations where I'm like, hey, you're getting upset and I'm trying to end this conversation or like move it to something else, and you keep bringing it back up. Like, and literally I will call it out at that point, because again, I'm such a blunt person. I'll be like, hey, I'm trying to let this go. Like, I think we can't talk about this right now. I'm willing to like put it aside. And like sometimes they still keep going, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, you're so unhappy right now. I'm trying to not have this argument with you. You have a friend right now who's 180% different than you are. You don't necessarily agree on much of anything, but you respect each other, and you can have a conversation on any topic, not agree on a damn thing, and be just fine after. See, I think everyone should be like that, because I'm always like that. I never take anything personally. I don't think I can, like unless you're literally insulting me to my face. I just don't take things personally. But I understand that not everyone is like that, and so I'm careful to not assume that others won't take things personally. But yeah, I love people who can have those kind of arguments and conversations and discussions, because yeah, let's talk about all the weird, interesting, bizarre stuff that maybe we don't agree on. Let's go for it. And still be friends after. Yes, please. Because more than sharing your opinions, you give her the floor to share hers. She passes it back and you go back and forth. By the time you're done talking, you're happy to be friends and have someone to talk and share with without judgment. 100% agree, that's such a good relationship. She's a raw vegan and believes in natural medicines and stuff. And you had pink eye last year. She told you, just put some spit in your eye, it will heal it. You chuckled and wanted to ask, so if you go to the doctor, you think they'll prescribe some spit? But no, you weren't going to be mean. You said interesting, and just let it go. And that's an example. See, I would handle that situation totally differently, but also respectfully. I would never say anything mean, but I would definitely say something blunt enough that would be like, oh, that's scientifically disproven. Like, if that doesn't end the conversation, I will continue arguing how and why it's scientifically disproven, and I will keep going as long as they keep going. But I'm never ever going to be rude or disrespectful or mean. And I think that's one of the things also people don't understand about communication and arguments and differences of opinion. You can absolutely be completely opposed to someone else's viewpoint and not be rude, mean, or disrespectful. It's entirely possible. And I also don't put up with other people being rude, mean, or disrespectful to me in a conversation. It's actually really funny because I think we've said this before too, is that in online arguments, you can actually, usually if someone's being rude and you call it out without being rude yourself, they will stop being rude and have a civil discussion with you. It's absolutely wild. You can get someone who like flat out insults you in like a comment thread or something, and if you call it out in a way where you treat them with the respect and the assumption that they didn't want to be a rude person, and it's tricky, like there's a lot, you have to phrase things just the right way so that they don't get more upset, but you can absolutely get them to apologize and continue the discussion civilly. So it's entirely possible. And yeah, that's one thing I'm a master at, which is taking uncivil interactions and turning them civil, or the other person just gives up and goes away, right? Like if they're looking for a knockdown, dirty fight, they're not going to continue with me because I'm not going to engage in that level. I'm not going to insult them. So they go somewhere else. Find someone who will. Yeah, where you wildly differ. And you can get along with her just fine, right? She's a chaser of health, and a lot of what she does is very health focused. She may be a little crazy about it, but damn, she isn't strong and durable. Right? She got hit by a car riding her bike last summer and is lucky to be alive. And she has in fact recovered 90% in less than a year and is back to hiking 15 miles a day. Yeah, some disagreements are productive and some aren't. Agreed. I enjoy all of them, and I have to be very careful not to pursue the ones that are non-productive with people who aren't having a good time. But I will always pursue the ones that are productive, and I have to be very careful because sometimes there's a productive one and I still have to stop myself and be like, this would be productive, but it's not the right time. Set it aside. But oh my god, no, what's one of the jokes? Oh my god, okay, so naturally I get along really well with people who also just enjoy arguing. So when my sister and I are in a car, sometimes there's a third person, sometimes there isn't, but sometimes it'll just be like, topic, go! And then like a topic where we both have some sort of stupid opinion on something meaningless,
like probably our opinions are like formed in the moment, right? Like it's not relevant. And if you'd asked us to actually have a serious discussion, we'd be like, well, actually, I don't really care. It could go either way. But like we will dig in our heels and pick one side of a stupid argument and just go off about it. And yeah, just like have a great time because like we're just enjoying the unproductive, stupid argument. But again, like you said, pointless arguments where people have lost control of their emotions. I don't lose control of my emotions in an argument, and when I do, I stop and I be like, oh, okay, we need to take a step back because I'm not even thinking straight right now. And if I notice someone else has lost control of their emotions, I also stop because I'm like, hey, I'm not trying to hurt you. I don't want to hurt you. I can see you're upset. Let's take a step back. You're quite unoffendable, right? Me too. So you're an easy person to talk with, and thus don't end up in too many of those unproductive arguments. Yeah, said you don't take things personally. Yeah. I find life is better if you don't get offended so easily. Right, like just, you don't need to take things personally. If someone has a different opinion or value, it's not a judgment on you by default. Conversation is more fruitful. Choose your battles. He wasn't having no battle over the healing quality of Smith that day. Right. You're like, this is not going anywhere. And also that kind of like, I've had friends like that too, right? Where you're not close enough maybe that it's important to you that like you think this is a risk to them. Right? Like, because, you know, like if it's one of those people who's like, hey, now I'm using like crystals for healing my cancer. And it's like, hey, actually, maybe we should talk. You know what I mean? When it's people you just don't know well enough and they're not doing anything that's serious enough to merit a real discussion. And it's just like, yeah, all right. I'm still going to be like, just so you know, that's not scientifically proven. And then let it go, right? And be like, well, all right. And at that point too, also, if I'm close with someone and they're that type of person, they've already heard it all from me, right? Like it's come up every time they've said something wacky, and I've been like, hey, so blah, 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 blah. And so by the 500th time it comes up, it's like, well, you know what I think about that. And it's like, they know. They've heard it all more than they wanted to. Yeah, you're a master of waking up in possibly good moods and affecting the people around you. That's an excellent thing to have. I do not have that, and I wish I did. I'm just not naturally charismatic. But if you have any tips or hints or techniques or things you focus on to be naturally good mood infectious to other people, I would love to hear them, because that is something I would love to be more of. I would love to make people have a better time around me. Maybe you like the makeup part after the tension, right? I mean, yeah, but I do this with every single person I've ever met. So it's not like exclusively a romantic thing. It's like my friends, my family, acquaintances, coworkers, relationship, literally everyone. So a lot of our opinions aren't, people on the internet, a lot of our opinions aren't well defined and fleshed out. We know enough. Yes, we know enough to know how we feel about something and are quick to share it, but it's a lot more work to fully explain how we think and feel about something. This is something most people don't understand about themselves. They have all these ideas that they think are very well thought out, very firm ideas. And this is why I really enjoy arguments, because I will dive into exactly dig down to how they got there and what their values are and why do they think this. And half the time it's stuff they've never thought about before. And you can tell because they have to sit there and really think about it. And then they get there. And then that's how you change people's opinions too. If you want to change someone's mind, you have to get down to the parts of their subconscious decision making that they didn't know they had used. And then when you surprise them, it's like, hey, so does that mean actually you think this? And they're like, no. It's like, then they're done. Like, all you have to do is let them sleep on it. And they're going to come back the next day and be like, so I was actually thinking X, Y, and Z. Like, yeah. And it's like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, that's the trick to getting people to change their opinions, is dig down to the point where they don't realize they're making a subconscious decision that's not logical. Or that doesn't serve them, or that doesn't fit their values, or something like that. Yeah, because so many people have zero idea why they think and feel things. And also, like, I mean, that goes for me too. I will absolutely get into conversations sometimes where, like, you know, with someone who's having that conversation, and I'll get to a point where like, oh, actually, I'd never thought about it like that. Oh, I'm going to have to take some time and think about that because yeah, I've never considered it that way. And yeah. And then like, I will go off and actually consider what they said. Yeah, a conversation where you respectfully disagree is often quicker and more efficient. Agreed. I just enjoy the non-quick, non-efficient version. But like in a situation where I'm at work or something needs to get done, of course, you choose the quicker version. Yeah. Yeah, and in your romantic relationships, you have a lot more time. And also like in your friendships and stuff, like you're hanging out with this person in order to spend time with them. Like the point is to spend time. This is a thing you can spend time doing. Discussing your thoughts and opinions. That's a pretty important thing to do in any friendship or relationship. Yeah, and a lot of your opinions are constantly evolving and changing, right? Oh, and that's the thing, I never use absolutes. I actually usually call people out when they use absolutes in an argument. It's like, well, this never, or this always, or this 100% of the time. It's like 100% of the time, right? Like, so I don't use absolutes myself generally, and I try to avoid them. I think that sentence was a perfect example. Yeah, wow, I'm actually really happy with that sentence. As a self-referential example. Because yeah, anytime you use an absolute, you're using subconscious guesswork to make your point, and you're not using logic. Because nothing's an absolute. Yeah, maybe you enjoy the challenge of being questioned so you can refine and define your thoughts and beliefs. 100%, absolutely, yes, that absolutely. I love having someone who will get me to a point where I'm like, oh, I hadn't considered that. Or even if it's like, yes, I have considered that, and here's why, and here's exactly, I can tell you all of that. Thank you for asking that question, because yes, I do have a good answer for that, right? You know? You like to dig through people and peel back the layers. You're good at making people work hard to explain what they think. I like that. You did say you ask a lot of questions and you never run out. If you want to talk into the next life, hey, you got it. Yeah, you're good at questions. I've always noticed that about you when you hang out on this channel. Yeah, your discussions are always so interesting. You'd say in the 20 or odd times you come to the stream, you've just learned that I am indeed a talker. Oh, ha, ha. Where did you get that idea? We'd probably get along splendidly. I mean, I'm sure we would. We already get along splendidly. And like I've said, like conversing with people is like the main thing I enjoy about people. So yeah, that's kind of how I do friendships anyways. You don't mind absolutes because you know people don't necessarily mean it when they use it. But that's the thing, if you don't mean it, why would you say it? And I can let this go in normal conversation. But if we're having an argument where we're like trying to define points, no, don't say something you don't mean, right? I'm gonna call you out if you use an absolute because you don't mean it. I mean, and that's the thing, in normal conversation, they don't mean it. Yeah, like they don't necessarily mean it. It's a part of figure of speech. Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing, you can read between the lines of what people are trying to convey, which is fine, but if I'm trying to actually discern your point and how you got there, I need to know exactly what you think. Like, if it's not 100%, how much is it? Like, what is it that we're talking about here, right? Like, because the difference between 50, 75, 99, those are very different things. And if you're saying 100%, but actually you mean like 75, when you really look at it, hey, that's something we need to get on the table, get out and out. I don't know what get out and out means, but you know. You can read between the lines. So you're not much of a stickler on how people choose to converse, and you can converse with a lot of people. Most people would just ignore. Yeah, I'm a fan of being able to talk to, or being willing to talk to even people where maybe it's a little bit difficult. But I am a stickler on if someone says something that doesn't make sense, is misleading, or like blatantly inaccurate, and it's at a point of contention, like it's not superfluous to the point. I want to call it out because I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Like your friend Johnny, who's a drug-addicted redneck would sum it up. But just because he isn't as eloquent and articulate in his speech and word choices, we can still have fantastic deep conversation. Absolutely agree. I love conversations with people who maybe like aren't very like academic, for instance, but like you can absolutely have amazing discussions with anyone. Yeah, the being able to very precisely use your words is different than being able to express yourself. But if you are very ambiguous, I am still going to narrow it down when you're ambiguous in a way that is problematic to the end point of the discussion. Yeah, you feel like you have to wear different conversational coats for people from different walks of life. Absolutely agree. And you can have certain conversations with some people because they just can't keep up, right? And some people just aren't interested, right? Like there's no point having a conversation with someone who doesn't care about the topic, right? Like it's like this is not something they think about. This is not something they want to spend time thinking about. And sometimes, I mean, but always be willing to try though, because sometimes people surprise you, right? Like maybe it's something they have spent a lot of time thinking about, or maybe it's something no one's ever asked them. But yeah, hey, guess what? They actually have a lot of thoughts on that they didn't know they had. Yeah, people come in different shapes and sizes when it comes to how they choose to communicate. And you like trying to figure out their speed and style. Oh God, figuring out other people's speed is one of those things I have to like very, very conscious of. Because some people, I'm very fast at conversing. And sometimes I have to consciously slow myself down in order to not aggravate the other person so that they will continue the discussion with me. And it's very difficult. Yeah, to have a pleasant exchange. You have a high IQ and are very educated. You learned early on in life, if you lord your academic gifts over those who don't have them, you just end up being annoying. Precisely. In fact, I'm going to give you a piece of advice here, which is to never mention your IQ unprompted again. People who have high IQs and are very successful generally will never mention it unprompted. That you can take that or leave that. You know, saying something like you're very educated is absolutely on the table, right? Like that's a fact. That is something you did. That is something, you know, you spent years of your life choosing to do, right? It was, being educated is something that you made a decision to do. And I think that's kind of where the line comes down for me. You would prefer not to offend them by trying to make them think, yeah, and that's the other thing. There's absolutely a skill to bringing up conversations that you think the other person is not going to be into in a way where it's not patronizing and they don't feel stupid that they don't want to have that conversation. In a way where it's like, this is just an option of something we could talk about because I think you might want to talk about it because I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt that you might be interested in this. And if you're not, that's fine too. And that's not a good example. Like you wouldn't say those words, but like getting that feeling across is very much a skill. But it is possible. Yeah, because yeah, if you come across in a way where it's like, well, you probably have never heard of X, Y, and Z, obviously they're offended. Yeah, you find it fascinating to be able to assimilate into any particular group and feel at ease. Yeah, it's getting easier for you these days. You've been talking for a long time. You pick up some street smarts as you go, right? Find the fastest man alive and can prove it. I will. We all know Usain Bolt is blazing fast. It's a measurable thing. Yeah, an IQ test is a measurable thing. It's just my advice. You can take it or leave it. I also think it's a measurable thing that is very inconsistently measured, applied, and has a lot of controversies and criticisms. Again, if someone else brings it up, go off. It's the unprompted. You find stating that you have a high IQ no different than a person who says, I am strong, I can lift blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but most people aren't going to do that unprompted, right? I'm a gifted artist, here's my work. So, I'm a gifted artist, here's my work. I can see the comparison. I think in that case, you're saying, here's a thing I want to share with you. Like, here's a work I made that I think you might enjoy, which is why I'm sharing it with you. I think that makes a difference. I run multiple charities. Again, I think most people who are really big into charity work don't talk about it. Or like if it's their job, obviously they do, but you know what I mean? People who donate a lot don't talk about it unless they're also raising money for that. It's like, hey, here's this charity I'm involved in. Do you want to also like contribute, be a part of it? Like, so like when I do Extra Life and stuff, yeah. But if I'm just donating for a charity, I'm not gonna tell people I did that, right? Yeah, you don't mind people measuring and sharing skills. It's not a problem. I don't mind people measuring and sharing skills. My advice is simply that many people will see, many intelligent people will see an unprompted disclosure of an IQ as a less than socially adept move. Is it okay to be proud of your accomplishments? Absolutely. And to share them. I also think one of the things about IQ is that it's not an accomplishment. It's one of those things that's inherent. Like if you're really strong, that's because you go to the gym every day. One of the things about IQ is that it's not very changeable. It's supposed to be kind of inherent. So it's not really an accomplishment, it's just part of you, which doesn't mean you can't be proud of it. But it's like someone coming up to you and being like, I'm so beautiful. Like, or I'm so tall. It's like, okay, that's great. Hi. Yeah, if someone comes along and says, hey, me too, you'd celebrate their accomplishment, that's good. Yeah, high IQ isn't a threat. It's more along the lines of saying, I'm good at learning things, which again is not a threat. It's not a threat. It doesn't come across as a threat. It comes across as boastful, which I think is something most people find obnoxious. It doesn't mean you are better. It comes across as saying to a lot of people, no, it doesn't come across as saying you think you're better, but it comes across as saying you're thinking about it. It means you're blessed with a gift. Yeah, okay, that's a good way of thinking about it. I don't think people are offended by it. Most people aren't offended by it. But my advice is simply that a lot of people will take it as the wrong social move. There are merits to quietly doing things, and many people enjoy when you do nice things and keep your mouth shut. But you find no interest in pointing out if you've done a nice thing, and it's part of sharing a story of your life experiences. Agree with all that. I mean, if you want to be that person who helps from obscurity, you have that right for sure. But if you want the opposite, you can respect that too. You're open to people sharing just about anything. And you can understand what I'm saying and immediately see that we differ on that. I say if you want to brag a little, brag. I agree. I think most people handle people bragging about accomplishments better than they handle people bragging about innate attributes, I think is my point. Like if what you're proud of is that you're good at learning things, I would consider, you don't have to do anything you don't want to, I would consider finding a different way to express that sentiment. Like if the idea is I'm good at learning things or whatever it is that's important to you about that statement, is there another way you could say that doesn't rely on an innate attribute? especially something that relies on like work you've put in, like I did all this research, or I've studied these things, or I've spent this much time, you know, learning how to learn. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. We're all just temporarily living in these flesh sacks anyways till we move on. So if you're blessed with something, own it. 100%. Yep, go for that. If you're an engineer who works for NASA, are you boasting? If you're an engineer who works for NASA, again, that's an accomplishment. Like, you've done that. Also, most people in polite society aren't going to bring that up unprompted, right? Like, if you're talking about your jobs, yes, it's going to come up. Are you going to start a conversation with, I'm a scientist at NASA? I mean, some people would, yes. Most people are going to find that a little obnoxious. Yeah, to me, it's one hell of an accomplishment. You support that. Good. If you achieve something or you're good at something, don't let people throw shade. Wear it with pride. Agreed. But yeah, some people tolerate it well and some do not. If you're born with something, you didn't earn it the same way as, say, the NASA engineer job and degree. You watch this channel with this very tall family, and the daughter is like 6'2", the dad's 6'6", the brother's 7'1". 7'1", wow. And it's fun to watch all their videos where they showcase their height and kind of joke with each other. Yep. They're building all this around something they're own. Agreed. I don't think it's I'm not saying you need to hide it or be ashamed or like never talk about it or like anything like that. Is not what I'm saying. But again, like if someone, I mean, height is one of those things where it's visually obvious, but like if you were talking to someone and you couldn't see them and they just said that, it would be as something they were proud of. I don't know if that makes sense, kind of what I'm trying to say. You can boast about being tall, yeah, but like, again, it's got to be in the right context. I guess context is what I'm trying to get at. You love watching them. Yeah, and towering over, putting his elbow on her head. They didn't earn it, they were born with it. And the IQ thing is the exact same way as the height thing. I think it's similar. I think it's also similar in the sense that, okay, here we go. I think it's similar in the sense that if a person is tall, you can immediately tell that, and you don't need them to tell you that. You might ask a question like, hey, how tall are you? But you already know they're tall. And I think it's the same thing with IQ. If a person has a high IQ, most people can tell that. It's usually pretty obvious. They don't need it to be told. Like, I didn't need you to tell me that for me to know you're intelligent. Like, it's obvious. And if someone was like 6'5", and they just walked around telling everyone, hey, I'm 6'5", or whatever, right? It would be weird because it's like, hey, I know you're tall. That's why it's weird. Because most people will already know that you're intelligent. And if they don't already know, it's one of those things that's better proven than stated. In my opinion. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I remember this one conversation I had with an academic friend of mine, and it was just like, I think they had to meet like, it was like the family, the in-laws or something like that. Like it wasn't the parents, but it was like family, in-laws. And it's like, oh, well, if I don't say X, Y, and Z, they won't know I'm intelligent. I'm like, they're gonna know you're intelligent after talking to you for 30 seconds. Like, you can't hide it. Don't worry. You don't need to prove it. They're just gonna know after they talk to you for a little bit. Like, it's not something you need to like show. It was just such a funny conversation. It was like, no, buddy. They know. It's okay. can see where you're coming from, 100%. I absolutely agree that it's something you should be proud of. I'm proud of my intelligence, and I'm proud of my friends' intelligences. Yeah. I think it's good when two people come together, don't necessarily see things the exact same way, but can share with each other why they see it the way they see it. Exactly. So that was me sharing why I see it the way I see it, and kind of my experiences conversing with other people about how they see it, especially intelligent people, frequently overlap with my opinions on this one. Especially very intelligent people, I think is maybe a point worth considering. You know, some things will annoy you that won't annoy me, and vice versa. We call it trigger. I mean, it's not really a trigger. No one's having trauma here. Some of your smartest friends, would not know, and some who aren't so smart are trying to appear so through their language. Yeah. Yeah. I think also like stating IQ is one of those things where it's like trying to appear so, and it's like, don't try to appear so, just be so. Yeah, ability is pointless if it sits unused, and IQ does not correlate with ability or passion. Correct, but it does generally. You really only have to have one conversation with someone before you can most people can kind of gauge people's level of intelligence after like a conversation or a day. I don't know. I don't know if I have a study I could find about that, but it's one of those things that humans are really, really adept at gauging very quickly, quicker than they think they are. Like one of those things where if you ask people's like first impressions, they're very accurate, surprisingly accurate. I'm gonna have to move inside soon, the sun's going down. Yeah, okay, so voracious reader is a great way. That's a great thing to brag about. For you want the statement to be, I learn fast. Yeah, I mean, honestly, voracious reader is a great way to say I learn fast. And that you care about learning, and that you like learning, and that you deliberately expose yourself to things you can learn from. Voracious reader says all of that to me. I didn't even finish my dessert. I'm coming back. Come take the peanut. I thought the crow would. Maybe it's because I was sitting out here talking the whole time. The crows have come by when I'm sitting out here before, but not when I was talking like a mad person the whole time. Alright, we will leave them another peanut and we'll come get it when I move inside. Weird place to leave my table, but I don't know. As we live and learn, we get to a better place in being able to see through people. We call it your bullshit radar. Most people are see-through if you just sit there and listen to them long enough. Yep. You think you like to ask people questions for that very reason. Yeah, you can kind of like actually learn who people really are. The more they divulge about their true selves. But it's a mood thing. Sometimes you want to talk because you have things you want to talk about and you're looking for a like-minded individual. Right? Absolutely. Just different benefits of conversations. Okay. I need to get rid of the nail. Sorry, I'm gonna turn the camera on. I'm just rearranging stuff now. And let's, hey, see, look, the crows are already coming to hang out. Did you guys see one on camera? No, the 3 peanuts are still there. But he was coming to get it. Alright, let's turn the camera back around here. Oh, there, probably. Oh yeah, it was getting cold. Can you sweater? I'm missing one of my sweaters somehow. Like, I don't know how this is possible. It's gotta be like, I keep being like, it's gotta be X place. And I'm like, no, I've already checked all the it's gotta be places. Like that, those were the first places I checked. But it's probably in the laundry. Alright. Okay. Sweater, fuzzy sweater. Okay, good. Alright. I intend to stream for a little while yet because I'm having a good stream. I'm motivated today and yeah, I have some stuff I want to get done. What is this? Alright. Okay, where am I on this conversation? Hey, the crows are coming. Other times you're willing to give up your precious time to let people go on about anything they want. Just to hear them and see where they go with it, yeah. Sometimes I can do that, but that is something I would actually love to be better at. Just kind of getting people going on their own conversation. I'm not good at that. And I would actually like to be better at that. You do need to make something to eat, so you're gonna lurk. Fantastic. Strike me as a fantastic person I'd like to talk with. Likewise, I always enjoy conversations with you. I will see you when you're done your lurk. All right, I am going to switch this break off because I couldn't do it while I was outside and then I got distracted by that conversation and did not come inside. I still haven't finished my dessert because I was talking too much. Surprise. Okay, let's put it on a work period. I have to decide what I'm actually doing here. Okay, I'm gonna run an ad right away here, guys. Support the stream and make it nicer for new people coming in. Oh, I need to turn the heat on. It's just a little bit cold. It's actually probably not very cold in here, but because I am cold, I would like the heat on. These flowers opened up so much. When I got these 3 flowers yesterday, they were all still closed up. Not completely closed, but today they, like, as soon as I woke up, they were like fully opened really beautifully. I'm very happy with that. Where's this camera supposed to be? Oh yeah, I moved it. Forgot that I moved it. Where do I want it? Kind of like it. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I have a to-do list. Let's look at it. In my 2024 dated planner, which you can buy on Amazon. Paperback or hardcover. Go check it out. Up for sale now. I have no idea what the command is. Is it that one? There we go. That's all of them. All right, let's check some things off this list. Where's my pens at? To-do list for today. On the show you blank page, on the vertical format pages with a note section for your to-do list. All right, we got dressed. We set up the stream. We haven't paid bills. We need to do that. We did do nails. I left my phone stand over there for some reason. Oh, we're not on break anymore. Alright, I'm all over the place right now. Let's kind of coordinate a little bit here. Okay, so we're not on break, we're on work.
just cold, which is why I'm all jumpy and all over the place. I don't think well when I'm cold. And I absolutely hate the fact that a lot of my high school experience was spent being so cold. By the time I got to university, I knew how to dress warmer, but Jesus Christ, they keep schools too cold. Like when your hands are cold and you can't like write properly. Oh my God, I hate that. I think it's because like adults naturally have more body heat than children. And it's like you have a small child versus a grown man. Like we can't come to a happier medium. Like I get that maybe the ideal temperature for me is too hot for someone who is a grown man, but perhaps we could meet in the middle. So that I do not have to wear a full winter coat in class. I actually, you know what I haven't done in a long time? I haven't updated my rant redeem list. I have a rant redeem, and I have a list of things that might be rant redeems, but I haven't updated in forever. I'm gonna add this to the rant redeem list. I don't even know where the heck my rant redeem list is anymore. There it is. All right, what did I just say? Schools are too cold. That's my rant redeem. So as I was saying earlier, if anyone was listening to the conversation earlier with Circonus, I frequently love getting into bizarre, stupid arguments with people, and this is exactly the type of statement that would get into a stupid argument. This one I actually do feel pretty strongly about, but something like schools are too cold is the kind of thing me and my siblings could just go off about. Because it's just such a, like, broad statement. Okay, good. I feel like my nails are better now and I'll be able to paint them tomorrow. Alright. Oh, I'm like, why haven't I actually figured out what to do next on my to-do list? Because I have, and it's what I don't want to do because it's paying bills. But yes, that is number one on my to-do list, and I suppose I better actually do it. Yeah. All my bills are in terrible, terrible time. Like due dates right now. I really need to like, it would be good if I spent some time organizing my bills and like getting them on the same system. But there's a bunch of reasons I haven't done that. Things like I want a new phone number, I want a new bank, I need a new Canadian bank. Like my Canadian bank just changed. Like, I have all these stupid reasons that, like, all my bills are not easy to automate right now, and it's like, okay, I just keep dealing with it. Oh, what did I get paid from? Why do I have more money than I thought I did? Cool. Wait, what was that one? I thought I figured it out, but then I found another $5 payment. Is that from Itch? Also, check out my RPGs posted on Itch. The Barbie RPG is up there. I'll give more information. Where the money came from. It was Itch. Okay, cool. What did they buy? What game did they buy? Oh, I didn't need to close PayPal out. Open up again. Someone bought an RPG. Oh, if I'm gonna do goal planning later, I should put that in Instagram. Maybe I should put that in TikTok. And I should do it before I do other stuff on my list so that it's published. No, I already put that on my to-do list. It's literally already on my to-do list. Just need to do it. Okay. Hey, Yanos. Some news in Canada. All the London drugstores have been closed down for regular business because of a computer hack. They aren't saying when they will return to normal business. Wild. What kind of computer hack? Like, what did they get there? What did they get hacked? Was it like the pharmacy or like the retail side of things? Crazy. The whole business was hacked. The pharmacy is partly open for emergency prescriptions cash only. They aren't saying too much, only that they believe customers' personal data hasn't been hacked. Okay, well that's good. we are getting things done. Check these off. Chickadee, chickadee, chickadee. Okay, I already paid my phone for this month. Oh my god, why do you always need to update? I need the stupid phone stand. Okay. The next thing is a social media post about the goal setting. And then I want to do some publishing stuff too. Okay, I think that's all the major bills. Yeah, I don't think my Canadian phone has come up yet. That one's also on a stupid schedule. And my internet and my electricity haven't come up yet. Okay. The spring weather has been a little colder than normal. It's cloudy where you are, and the coming weather forecast is for sunny weather and warmer temperatures. It's a good time to not be on the West Coast. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. It should be decent weather here. It's been kind of random lately, like it's been kind of cold and rainy, but then some nice days, so I'm hoping it's going to be good weather here. All right. I need to decide what to do. I think I need a break. Paying bills doesn't take very long, or at least this time, thank God it didn't. But it's so emotionally draining. I'm going to take an actual break. What do I want to do? Because the other thing I need to do is post on social media and do goal setting, and goal setting is just a lot. Posting on social media is also a lot for me. But the annual review and goal planner for sale now. is really beautiful, and I would like to start filling it out for this year because it is May. And I haven't started this year. Did I? Hold up. Check last year's one. Actually, yeah, I should have the, if I'm doing the 2024 one, I should have the 2023 one in front of me, because that's... Okay. You paid your income tax a couple weeks ago. It wasn't fun. Right. Okay, I feel like I never actually finished 2023 though. Now it's like fully into May. Yeah, I didn't finish doing the business setting ones last year because I just didn't have time to focus on business last year, and I think that was pretty clear by how much I wasn't able to stream. But I did do the quarterly goals and stuff last year. So I did the annual review. So I filled out almost all of it. I never got to the business goals section. And I did some of it. I actually did half of this. It wasn't functional for me to go through it because I just didn't have the time to be doing business goals last year. Okay, but yeah, I feel better about that because I'm like, oh, I never finished it. But it's like, no, I did all the important stuff. Okay, so we'll do life goals and stuff. I don't remember how long this takes to do, but it takes a while to fill it out. I should definitely fill out the life plan. Yep, okay. Yeah, that's important. I need to get that done. Okay. I said I was gonna take a break and then I absolutely didn't. Oh yeah, someone bought the Dollhouse Dream, the Barbie RPG. Woohoo! So now someone's bought Hollow and someone's bought the Dollhouse Dream RPGs. No one's bought the Alien Horror one yet, and I'm actually pretty proud of that one, but it is a little more niche. But I'm very proud of all of them actually, so I'm glad Some people are enjoying them. All my RPGs are $5 right now, so they're not expensive. Plan. Okay, Oh yeah, the Met Gala is going to be on New York time, not Pacific time, so that does make it quite a bit easier. I'm like, oh, it kind of starts at midnight my time. That's not too bad. That's actually really not too bad. If I can do midnight to like 3 a.m., that's actually totally reasonable. Okay, maybe I will do a Met Gala live stream. I was thinking it was going to be like 4 or 5 in the morning, but no, this is actually pretty reasonable. Good job, New York. Being closer to Europe. The other way around. New York gets the Met Gala because they're closer to Europe, because they're more developed. They're initially. I can't remember your city. Because they're closer to Europe. Okay, that's not bad. Monday at 6 is midnight for me. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna plan on doing that then. Okay. Alright, so that was easy, good. There's a theme this year, something pretty. It's like Sleeping Beauty or something fairy tale-y, if I recall correctly. I hope they have a better red carpet this year. I hated the one last year. It was ugly. Sleeping Beauty's Reawakening Fashion is the theme this year. Oh, and the dress code is the Garden of Time. Okay, so we're gonna get Sleeping Beauty kind of garden fairy tale things. The dress code is derived from a 1962 short story of the same name written by J.G. Ballard. They're expecting floral and botanical looks. And the exhibit, which is the whole point of the Met Gala, it's a fundraiser for the exhibit. Sounds good. Alright, I don't want to do the things that are next on my to-do list, and so I'm not doing anything right now. What can I do instead if I don't want to do social media? Do publishing. Do publishing work. the other thing I want to do is I want to put together a little mini website to list marketing services that I can offer in person to restaurants and just to shops in town here. But I don't want to create another business. I just want to use it out of one of the businesses I already have. So I already have a graphic design business or I have a publishing marketing business, but neither one of those is quite right. They kind of both cover different aspects. So things that are remaining on my to-do list. Okay, what other options do I have? I could finish my nails. I don't want to do that. I should have that just tomorrow though, paint nails. I should make a TikTok to advertise Met Gala live stream. That would make sense. That's the thing I should do. I've actually got a lot of stuff done today. I need to stop being like, feeling like I haven't, but there's a few more things I need to do. Oh, I keep saying publishing without actually thinking about what that entails, because what that entails is doing a bunch of the meta work, like covers and hashtags and keywords and that kind of stuff. And I don't know if I want to do that, but I really should.
Yo.
I have some editing I could do. Alright, we're on break. Let's take a break. Whatever that even means for me. Maybe it means going on TikTok and seeing what I actually have prepared for marketing, and then if any of those are functional, to be used as advertising. The video I have next to publish is exactly an advertisement for this live stream. Literally exactly what it is. Oh, that's so bizarre. So the captions spelt my name almost like the traditional way of spelling my name. That's wild. God, I said my channel name wrong. Okay, so I need to decide if I am doing goal setting tonight or not. Because I shouldn't be on an early schedule because I am going to need to be up late tomorrow night for the Met Gala. So I don't want to go to bed too early tonight. It's only 9 p.m. So I definitely shouldn't be going to bed yet. So I should probably energize myself and stay up for a while. I actually thought I already had. Clearly I have not because I want to go have a nap. Okay, it's 9 p.m. right now. Okay. Should probably eat some real food at some point. And I'm back. I feel like I have a to-do list in my phone. Maybe I should check that and see if there's anything out there I don't have on this to-do list. No, really, no. Damn. I'm hoping there's something I wanted to do on that list. So if I plan to do goal setting at 5 p.m. Eastern, that's in an hour and a half. Can I add a second page to one of the Beacon's websites I already have? That's gonna make it even more difficult. Then I'd have to give a URL that had a slash in it. Could create an URL of my website. Just brainstorming different ways to do this. Yeah, I could just make a page off my website. Straight up. Ugh, means I have to open my website. But then the URL would be like natashatoskovich.com/marketing, which would be much nicer to give out. Alright, we're gonna put the mic on mute and yeah, do a work period here. Let's give it a go. bed, more chores done, time to do nothing. Yeah, let's do nothing.
Yo.
Alright, it is break time. I'm getting some stuff done. I'm kind of, yeah, actually I'm getting more stuff done than I think I'm doing just because I'm not enjoying any of it. But, yeah, I'm getting stuff done. I've planned to do the annual review and goal setting stream 1 hour from now. So I posted it on TikTok and Instagram. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it in an hour. So share with all your friends if you like planning, if they like goal setting, if you have big plans that you want to do, if you have anything you need to organize for the next year, yeah, come join me for that. Okay, we've definitely done more than 4 hours of work here, but we're at like 6 now, so I'll jump this up. Oh, I should bring my good keyboard back. I took it away because I was doing my nails, but I'm typing a lot now, so I could totally be using it again. And I should. And I should. You should be charged, I hope. I hope you're charged. I was hoping I could name these two websites like marketing and marketing in Italian, but I think marketing in Italian is just marketing, so that doesn't help me. See, there's another word for it I can use. It's marketing. Okay, that's fine.
Yo.
Alright, and it is time for another work period. Alright, this will be the last work period, and then we're going to go into, we're going to keep streaming, we're going to switch into doing the annual review and goal planner. So yeah, hang out if you like planners, if you like goal setting, if you've got big dreams and you want to make them reality, if you like doing SMART goals, and if you want to learn how to learn all the little tips and tricks I've picked up along the way. Gonna be tons of great tips and very useful advice, and yeah, it's gonna be cool. Shit. Oh no, I messed with the keyboard lights and that's not what I intended to do. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I suppose I could talk about what I'm doing right now, because this is super relevant to the stuff I talk about on this channel. I'm doing, I'm writing a little web page for my marketing business, which I've kind of only done by word of mouth, and I figured if I want to go like door to door to restaurants in Rome, I should have a website to direct them to. So that's what I'm creating right now. So I'm using AI to help me with that. It's on the other computer, so I can't screen share, or actually would. But yeah, I'm just using ChatGPT, and I will tell you guys the prompts I've given it, and then I'll show you guys the finished webpage. So I'd already written out some notes earlier in the day, which helped with this. I guess I'll wait until the ad finishes. I did just select an ad. But yeah, I'm just using kind of similar to how I've done ChatGPT in the past. I'll go over all the prompts I'm giving it, because AI is most useful when you give it really good prompts. So I'd already written out a bunch of notes this morning for things like what packages I wanted to offer, how much they would cost, what services I wanted to offer, and a list of steps to give people an idea of how that would work. I also asked ChatGPT to translate into Italian, and then I'm going to get an actual Italian to take a look at that and tell me if it reads properly. But yeah, so it can do all of this. So the first prompt I gave it is, please act as a master website copywriter that specializes in marketing agencies. Please write the text for a homepage for Charm Marketing, I'm using the same name as for my planners, a local social media marketing agency that specializes in restaurants and boutiques in Rome. We offer the following services, and then I list all the services. The steps to work with this are, and then I list all the steps. Yeah, and then it pumped out a bunch of text for me. So it gave me an introduction, it gave me a list of the services, and it rewrote them, kind of fancying them up, making them a bit more fun. And then it wrote the steps out, same thing, kind of rewrote them. I'd actually written the steps as I, and it rewrote them as we, which is a bit better. That makes it sound like it's a bit more professional. And also we is appropriate, because if I'm doing anything like ads or website design, I'm probably actually hiring out. Like, I'm probably actually working at least with someone else in some capacity. I'm not a huge fan of making websites and or doing ads. So yeah, like we is actually not inappropriate. All right, then I got it to translate it into Italian, and then I got it to write some better call to action, so I didn't like its final lines. And I have one client already in Rome, so I got it to write like a little success story for them. And I have some like text messages that they've sent being like, you know, their responses to the photos that I took. So I can use those as like reviews, which is nice. And yeah, what was the next thing I was about to do? I was about to do something else. It was... I totally forgot. I got super distracted by telling you guys what I'm doing. Of course I did. And then I'm going to go in and add some like pictures and some styling to it, because right now it's just in the default setting for my website, and my website is very plain and simple. And I also I'm not a huge fan of my website right now because it's pretty outdated. It's quite a few years old now, and I'd like to redo it to make it more like my Twitch branding, just black and white, really simple and clean. But I haven't done that yet. So right now it's not bad, but I don't love it. And so I'm definitely going to edit this page and make it more unique, basically. Probably make it match the Charm branding a little bit more, so kind of like pinks and stuff. But I guess I kind of want to make it not super girly, because the Charm Planner branding is very girly because my planners are very girly, and that's my target market. Females use planners more, And the planners I create are very feminine and beautiful, and that's what they're designed for. But I do offer some gender neutral styled planners. I actually don't know if any of them are up for sale yet. I think one of them is up for sale on my website. But more of those will be coming too, because I also understand that I get a lot of, I get both genders on my Twitch channel. And so I would like to offer you guys something that's not covered in flowers, if you're interested in the actual planners, for instance. I already posted planners at some point, but... Oh yeah, I have the annual review and goal planner is available in digital versions, so print yourself versions, in both roses and not roses, like a nice kind of neutral blue-gray tree forest thing. Very non-girly. I'm glad that exists. Okay, good. All right. Okay, so that's irrelevant though. What is relevant is... I'm gonna put a better call to action in here. I feel like I want to save this though. Let's publish and then we can come back and do more. And then once I've finalized the English version, I'll duplicate it and do the Italian version. But there's no point starting both of them because, like I said, I'm gonna change some of the background stuff and add photos and things. And so, if I start the Italian version before I've done all that, when I duplicate it, like I'll have to actually add all that stuff in separately. So it's better to have it perfect and then duplicate for a different language, which is also one of those types of things that is like my experience in doing all this stuff, which is helpful for like doing the menu design. Hey, you need a menu in a couple different languages? Well, guess what? I'm gonna know the best way to do that for your company because I know how to duplicate documents and change the language in the most efficient way. Okay, what is the page address? Marketing, I bet. Okay, so if anyone would like to follow along with what I'm doing, I've posted the link to the very proto page in chat. This is very much, it's just text so far. It's not very pretty or interesting, but it has all the major information. The links don't work yet, but like I said, this, you can, because I can't show on screen, I'm working on a different computer. This is the closest I can do for you guys. You can check and see how it's coming. See what ChatGPT spat out for me. Okay, let's go up and edit some things. I want to put the call to action in first. I want to choose one of these. Like, the problem is some of these call to actions are kind of witty with the name charm. It's like, discover the, ready to charm your audience? Like, that's cute in English, but like in Italian, is that gonna make any sense? I was like, that's stupid. So I might use a different call to action in Italian. Which is dangerous because then if I forget that in the future and I'm trying to adjust things and I forget that it's not identical, there is some danger there. I'm gonna read through all the ones that I'm going to choose from. I don't like the first one. Don't like the second one. Third one's not bad. I really like that stupid pun in English. Ready to charm your audience? Yeah, so audience is kind of the wrong word. Your customers? They might need to edit them too, right? captivating as an AI word, so I'm gonna avoid captivating. There's some words that now read in people's minds, especially anyone who's in an industry where people use AI as AI words. So like you want to avoid them, but it's an ever-changing market, and honestly, most people don't know the difference. So my target market definitely won't. Small business owners in another country, yeah, non-English country. Which is also why I don't want to make this webpage too long. Like, it needs to be short and succinct. Okay, take the first step is also no good. Okay, I like ready to charm your audience. We're gonna steal that. What else are we gonna use? Not steal, we're gonna use. I like let's work together to craft your irresistible brand identity. That's not bad. That's our, okay, so ready to charm your audience is actually the call to action it used already, except it said ready to charm your audience and dominate the digital scene. So it actually, see, I have to give it credit. It chose the one I actually like the best. I just don't like the rest of what it chose. But yeah, its initial sentence, it's actually the one I chose without even thinking about it, without even knowing that, without even properly reading the one I already had. I just knew I didn't like that whole paragraph. Like, I don't like let's embark on this exciting journey together. That's not what I have. Okay, so we don't want first step. We like captivating brand presence. Oh, no, we don't like captivating. So we like brand presence. We like brand identity. I don't want to say ready again, but stand out from the crowd is good. Unlock the potential of your business isn't bad. It's a little dated. I think stand out from the crowd is good. Stand out from the crowd with a what? Irresistible brand. Identity, brand presence. Do I like the word irresistible? Memorable brand presence. I like that. Okay, stand out from the crowd with a memorable. See, now I'm just writing it myself. You know. Which is the whole point of being a marketer. Stand out from the crowd with being a copywriter for sure. Stand out from the crowd with with a memorable. I like memorable instead. Memorable brand presence. What did I say? Presence, or I like presence better than identity. Brand presence. And again, I don't know how well any of this is going to translate into Italian, but okay. And then what is the call to action that I already have? Contact us today and let's make magic happen. I don't think I like that. I like connect. Okay, connect with charm marketing. Or reach out. Maybe connect with charm marketing and unlock the potential. No, it's too cliche. Connect with charm marketing and oh, see, these are the tough decisions. Okay, I like connect. Charm marketing and what? I don't want let's make magic happen, something different than that. And let's create something magical together. I don't think I like that because I kind of want let's make your brand shine. Let's elevate your brand to new heights. That's fun. I feel like it's too fancy. Oh, and boost your business today. Yeah, I like that. Little bit cliched, but honestly, it's just direct. Boost your business today. Okay, and that's a call to action. Okay, good. All right, we're gonna get rid of this line. We don't like it. Okay, good. All right. Don't need that. All right. I need some different headings going on here because these are all way too much. Heading 3 there. Oh yeah, to update that. I feel like I might not need that M dash at all. I'd probably make the, I guess I can't make the title until load. I bet I can. A logo or something like that. Okay, these should probably be aligned. Center. See all the little details. Okay, yeah, and then let's adjust these headings as well. All these little graphic design details that are going to make this website look better than their website. Oh, and it is almost time. Okay, so I better finish this up because I need to be, I did say I was going to be starting doing the thing in like a minute here. So we're gonna pause on this, but I'm pretty pleased with it. Okay. Leave that going. Oh, I want to add in, okay, I've got to add in this, the success story. Is right to do list at the end. Add success story. Oh no, I don't. Okay, success story, photos. What else? I don't remember what else I was going to ask ChatGPT to do. But success story, photos, and Italian page. Okay, done. All right, let's I do want to switch over to doing and create detailed services page. Okay, anything else before I finish this up? Okay, good. All right, let's switch over into doing the annual review and goal planner. So I should probably change the camera setting for this because I should probably have the camera looking at it. And I probably should have done this before it was time to do it, but you know. Okay, how do I get to my actual? Oh good, it's getting some traction on TikTok at least. If not on Instagram, because Instagram is goddamn useless. Yeah, like on Instagram, the post has received 5 views, and on TikTok it has received over 400. Like, and I think that TikTok actually has less followers. Yeah, the Instagram actually has 60 followers. The TikTok has like 12, but it gets way better views on TikTok. So I don't understand. Instagram drives me nuts right now. Speaking as a goddamn marketer. All right, we've set all that up. I'm pretty sure all the links are active. Yes, they are. There's a link in the stories, and I'm gonna put the link in the TikTok bio right now. Just oh, good, it actually fits. Got the full link. Wonderful. Okay, the link is on Twitch too, on TikTok too. So that's great. Okay, good. Shush. Okay, so what do I need to get set up to actually do this stream for real? I'm going to reset the stream with a different title, but that'll only take like 30 seconds because I don't need to actually change any of the data. like the stream set. But I will change the camera setup. Yeah, because I want you guys to be able to see what it is, see all the pages, so that if you like it, you can buy it yourself. So I definitely need the camera set for that. Okay. So this would probably be... Oh, I have a planning club. And I have a planning club with a face. Wonderful. All right. If you are here for the goal setting, let me know in the comments. Let me know what your goals are, what you're working on, what your plans are, and all of that. Okay, so let's get some stuff out of the way. Like the keyboard does not need to be in the major part of the shot. Get some of this other junk out of the way. There's probably... Oh yeah, I forgot that does that. Alright, we might actually be good to go. I feel like I should find something better to put on the table, something prettier. Let me find something, and then we're gonna start doing the stream. Woohoo. feel like we're using pretty hairpins for background details today. And maybe, I don't know, do I have like a candle or anything? I have a pretty bracelet. That will do.
Where's the other one? I have another one somewhere back.
There we go. Just because it has to be pretty, obviously. Otherwise, what are we even doing with ourselves? Okay, can I move this over at all and make it more functional while still being able to write in the damn book? Alright, that should be fine. That actually should be perfect. Okay. Alright, what do I have no idea what the correct command is anymore. Reset, restart? Don't go away. I can't remember what my goddamn commands are. I can't believe I'm being slowed by this. What would it be? What else could I... Like, in the amount of time it's gonna take me for that web page to load with all the commands, I could probably just figure it out. It's probably something to like stream reset. Okay. Oh, I guess I need the commands open anyways because I'm going to want to find all the commands for planners and stuff to use those. I'll be right back. Can't believe I can't remember what this command is. I need to stream more frequently. It's called refresh. Wow, I was so close. Wow. All right, so refresh. Stream's gonna come right back. Don't even worry about it.